Good evening, everyone. I hope we're all doing good. Welcome to another Sunday stream. Hopefully, my microphone is behaving this time and you can all hear me clearly. Quick, someone say something. Brilliant. I was worried then no one could hear me. Right, so what have we been up to? As you can see, I have been further fleshing out the V-deck landing area. We've got some more panels in place with the correct numbering and naming convention. I was going with a more upright handrail as opposed to these ones over here, which I'd made round. I think the chunkier upright ones just have a lot more presence, and I prefer those. They need brackets to hold them on because they're kind of anti-grav handrails right now. Not quite sure what colour to make the brackets. Maybe silver? I'll have to have a play with that and see. I also noticed that I made those ones a different coloured wood, and now I can't decide whether I like the dark wood or the lighter coloured wood. You can see the lighter colour better, but arguably the darker looks a bit better. Not quite sure. Ultimately, it's going to be hooked up to the customization anyway, so people can just pick whatever colour they prefer. I finally started modelling the planter over here, and this piece here, there's no point sugarcoating it. It was an absolute bastard to model. It's probably one of the fiddliest things I've had to model yet for the game. All these different curves and shapes all intersecting. It was an absolute nightmare. But hopefully it's going to look good when it's all polished. Thank you, Delta. That's appreciated. I shall be going for some snacks after the stream, actually, so that will come in handy. Yeah, I enjoyed the challenge, but the object itself is a nightmare. I ended up using subdivision modelling to do some of the blended shapes, because you've got like a little curve there with a much wider curve there, and both the small curve and the large curve have to intersect with what is a vertical face. So it was a lot of different curves and shapes to try and blend together, which is not something SketchUp does very well at all. So yay for the sub-D plugin. I still need to round off all the edges and everything. I just wanted to make sure that everything was the right size and shape before I did the destructive modelling bit of rounding it all off. But it's a nice interestingly shaped panel. I like that it's not just one of the usual flat boring panels. I need to do another one here as well, so I've got all that nightmare to come again. Hopefully the second one will be quicker, because I've already kind of got the technique down for the first one. There's a kind of a chopped off version of it here as well, and I'm going to probably chop it back a bit further and put the join maybe about there, and then do the run of panels across here. Maybe 3 panels across the back. Ultimately, all of this back area here needs to be enclosed like this area here. So it's completely smooth, white paneling, no hard edges. This is going to have a bit of a weird bump in it, but again, it's all in the name of making it all connected and consistent like that. Well-timed question, because I was just about to say, tonight I'm going to try and extend more of this around. I might have a go at separating out these ceiling panels as well. They fit, but only just. They're not quite the right scale for the new layout. So they'll be more like these ones with actual split sections. When I made these were just a test, just to get an idea for the shapes and the colours. Now that we're doing it properly, they need to be actual separate panels that can be broken independently and repaired and removed and all that good stuff. So these need to be redone properly. I'm changing the floor here, which if we look at this, you can see that I've decided to go with just bringing in the lighter colour into the alcove, just to essentially use the same kind of design language that we're using here, where we've got the outer strip kind of just wraps around all the edges. So I'm just having it do the same here, so it just wraps around inside the alcove. That should look quite nice when this is done, especially once we've got all the new paneling in. So if you kind of just picture that going through there, that should look quite good. Captain Ghost Rocky, yes, we had that problem last week as well, or Wednesday rather. It seems to be the case that if I turn my head, the microphone's not picking it up like it used to, and I think that's by virtue of the fact that it's closer to me than it was. Hang on, if I try moving it a bit. Crunch, crunch, crunch. That might be a little bit better. I did check out all the settings on Wednesday and nothing's changed particularly, so I'm not quite sure why it's being more sensitive than it used to be. I think what doesn't help is my microphone bracket's kind of on the right hand side of me and my second monitor's on the left. So I'm literally turning 90 degrees to the microphone to look at my left-hand monitor. So if I move the microphone to the other side, then that will alleviate that problem. Although my whole desk is completely changing once we get out to the dev shed. Looking forward to that, of course. Right, so I think next up I'll add a handrail onto this panel here, just so we can start getting a feel for how that looks with the handrails on. I may as well go and change the colour of that one. Yeah, I think it's partly because of the fish tank, because it's gurgling and bubbling away, and it's probably trying to noise cancel that. Next time Claire comes in, I'll get her to unplug the fish tank. I'm not an architect, but I always wanted to be growing up, and I went into an IT career instead, ironically. My sister is in fact an architect, however. Yeah, future ships will be a lot more modular in the design. At some point, we will have a modular shipbuilding tool, which will work on having a base chassis that contains the power hardware and the power distribution, and then you'll be able to bolt on various rooms and pieces from there. But that's like way off in the future. I rarely speak to my sister. In fact, she probably doesn't even know what I'm doing, building this. We never grew up together. She's quite a bit younger than me. And she may or may not have moved abroad. I've only spoken to her a handful of times in my life. Just lighten up these panels as well, just to see how that looks. Speaking of high-vis jackets, something that we really want to do, and it's about having the time to do it, but assuming we do have a bit of spare time before the demo release, we want to put loads of construction items around the areas of the ship that are still under construction. Just like tools, machinery, some boards, some wall panels just stacked up that haven't been fitted yet. Maybe the occasional yellow jacket stretched over a chair. I think that could look really cool. Should we do the door frame? Let's do that next. So I have a handy little template, and I've just realised I've stolen my other template, which I didn't want to do. Restore the handrail a minute. I did this earlier as well. So instead of copying the template and then extruding all the different faces, I moved it instead, and then ended up kind of losing the template. There should be 5 centimeters, which it is. Great, okay, template restored. So what I do is I make a sort of a 2D template of the wall panel structure, and then we extrude that along a path to create the actual 3D shape. Are they the same height? Yes, they are. So we copy the template, we don't move the template. So we pop our template into position, like so. And this is why I made all these floor templates. Because with all the different bits that I've measured and laid out, it makes things like wall panels really easy to create. So all I need to do is take a copy of that edge, which I shall weld. So that edge there, making sure it's got the little straight bits at each end. Yep. Okay. So take a copy of that, go into our template. We can paste in our path and then just extrude along the path. There we go, there's our shape, which should all fit exactly where we want it to fit and line up perfectly at the end there. And then the next bit, paste the path, extrude the shape. Yes, what I'm doing now is working towards all the polishing, essentially, that's needed for the demo release. Because a lot of the ship got kind of rejigged around whilst we were doing the new hull shape. So that all needs polishing and all needs putting back together. Or to put it another way, everything I'm working on, like between now and the demo output, everything I'm working on between now and the demo update, rather, is for the demo. Hey Anasi, today I am making some wall panels and generally fleshing out the B-deck landing area and probably the full B-deck corridoring. Okay, so just like that, we have our wall panel already made. May as well do the handrail as well while we're at it. So I haven't smoothed off the edges yet, which I won't do until we've cut everything out that we need to cut out. So obviously we have a door going through here, so what we need to do is essentially the same as what we've done over on this panel over here. So we need to cut out the door frame structure. Make sure we've got like a little rubber lip around the outside. And then just sort of curve off the white panel just to give it a bit of shape. I'll probably copy the same scaling that I used on this one. What did we do on Wednesday? That's a good question, actually. Wednesday was a long time ago. I think more of the same, to be honest. We did more modelling on Wednesday. Yeah, actually, I built these bits here on Wednesday's stream. That's a good question, El John Areno. I think probably more of a sort of a pshk kind of noise. Or, well, I suppose the bigger question is, are they electric motors or are they hydraulics? Because if they're hydraulics, they're kind of more of a psh noise, whereas if they're motors, they're more sort of a bzz clunk noise. Since Wednesday, Firstus, I did these panels here, that panel there, sorted out the flooring over here, did some more of the framework here, and generally just furthered the design around the B-deck. This was a day's work just doing this bit. That was an absolute nightmare. Yeah, I think electric motors makes the most sense. Given that everything on the ship is electrical, and you don't have to worry about hydraulic fluids or anything like that, or compressed air, I think just simple electric motors are probably the way forward. So the actual cabin build, I've sent some plans across to the builder, and I'm awaiting a response on a quote as to the actual build itself. Essentially, it's going to be a sort of a 2x4 stud-work structure with a flat sloping roof, probably about 2.8 meters by around about 6 and a bit meters. To run about 20 square meters of floor space. It's not huge, but it's enough for what we need. Nice comfy area for the desk and some floor space for VR development. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to have the narrow end, because it's a funny wedge shape, so the narrow end is going to be where my desk and everything goes, and I'll make that a proper streaming area, so I'll get a camera and you can actually see my ugly mug while I'm streaming. Should make the streaming experience a little bit more interesting. Chroma, yes, the park will have windows, although they're not made of glass. They are essentially a carbon layered, like a sandwich of layered carbon, like graphene, but perhaps not specifically graphene, but definitely a carbon crystal structure. The lore behind the windows is that they are significantly stronger than the actual ship's hull itself. But because they're so strong, you can't work with them as a building material. So they are great for something like a window, which is a pre-constructed shape, but you can't drill it, you can't weld it, you can't build things with it. So it's great for windows, but not great for building ships out of. So that's why the whole ship isn't built of this one wonderful magic material. There's going to be a couple of different bars aboard the ship. Obviously there's the VIP lounge at the back. That's probably the closest thing to 10 forward, because it's kind of more of a small, cozy, exclusive kind of space. The main crew bar is going to be a much busier, sports bar-esque kind of space. Yeah, the idea of the door panels is that hang on, let me go and look at one a minute. So where you've got the door panel here, the idea is that this will actually open and come off, and you'll have an interface behind it with some sockets and things. So you'll be able to plug in a tool to manually open the door. So you just open that like a little cupboard door. Or to run a bypass in alien parlance. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a mall area. In fact, I can show you the floor plan for it. Where's the deck framework? There. So at the front of the ship here, this is the park area. So it's going to be an ornate fountain, which will have a hollow display with our top backers written on it, and then just generally, foliage, park benches, that sort of thing. This is the infirmary here, so sick bay goes there. Hydroponics will be over here. That will be a cinema. This is a 4-lane bowling alley. This is where the sports bar is going to go. The main crew mess will be over here, and this will be a gym set over 2 floors. We'll probably have a basketball court, like a half court at one end. And then you've got this kind of central mall space down the middle. It'll have 2 floors, and there'll be sort of a balcony as you go around. So if I turn on the deck, you can see that a little bit better here. So it's over 2 levels, and then you've got the balcony around the outside. And then there'll be a big window in the top as well, so you can look up and out into space. Yeah, hydroponics will be 2 stories tall. In fact, most of the rooms on D and E deck will go over 2 stories. And yes, the cinema will have the YouTube player connected to it. Yeah, same as the YouTube player. I noticed testing it with Claire that the YouTube player doesn't actually sync in multiplayer, so that I'll make sure it does for the demo. Yeah, each deck is 2.5 meters tall with a meter separation between decks. Yeah, the wall screens that go sort of in the 4 compass points, those are going to be multifunctional. So they have sort of you are here deck maps, but they'll also have you are here galactic maps as well. Yep, it'll all be soundproofed. We've got this magic insulation material between all the walls. Although, someone did mention a few streams ago about swapping them around, because if you look at the plan here, I mean, we could quite easily move sickbay to the opposite side, or swap the gym and the cinema around and do it that way instead. You would expect the gym to be less noisy than the cinema, but yeah, these don't need to be set in stone. They can be jiggled around a bit just to make the most use of the most sensible use of the space. Ah yes, the legendary sandwich room. Yeah, I don't think Unreal's physics engine is quite as good as Starfield's, ironically. So I'm not sure it could handle that kind of object count. Fun to try though. I can tell you exactly what the deck separation is. One sec. If I turn on get rid of the collisions. Hang on, camera's stuck in everything. So from base deck height, take it from the bottom so that we're not accidentally getting some welding in there. So the actual usable deck space is 260 centimeters, so that's 2.6 meters, and then all the way up to the floor of the deck below is 337.5, but take it to the actual floor plating, that's exactly 350. So from where you're walking on the deck above to where you're walking on the deck below is exactly 3.5 meters. And the intra-deck spacing, which is this bit here, is exactly 1 meter. So we've got a 1 meter cavity between decks, which is where we route all the gubbins. So that's this area here. So this is your 1 meter cavity between So 3.5 meters in freedom units is 11.48 feet. Yeah, I think approximately the actual corridors themselves, top to bottom and edge to edge, are about 8 meters square. So 8 feet square, rather. So if memory serves, I think we did about 0.5 of a gap, and then I think it was 5 centimeters to the white panel. Yeah, so 5 from there. Actually, because we need to take into account the edge on there, don't we? So it's actually more like 1.1. Okay. Yeah, we'll fix the hole. Don't you guys in the US call it freedom units? I'm sure I've heard someone call it that before. That doesn't roll off the tongue anywhere near as well. It's very much a British thing. We like to laugh at ourselves. done that wrong again. So hang on. So we got. So that should be 1 to the edge of the rubber, then 0.5 for the rubber, and then 5 to the edge of the wood. Which means we don't need that. Only need those. I'm building my slicing tool so I can get the right bits cut out from the right sections of the wall. So that should be the white bit cut out. Yeah, you have to be an everything maker with this. So we need to make sure that we get the right edge on this as well. Because this is where it gets complicated. The wooden bit needs to fold in on itself to go back to the edge of the door frame. That needs to come all the way down. Did we lose an edge there somewhere? Do this. If I take the front face of the framework, we stick that on there. Okay. I'll make that part of that layer, and all we need to do then is make sure that we cut out the right bit to make that our edge properly. I'm still just trying to get my head around exactly where the cut needs to be with this, because that wood needs to curve inward and kind of terminate there at the edge of this back bit of rubber, but at the same time the rubber itself needs to wrap around the wood, which means that that needs another 50 mil, 5 mil there. So if I take that one, stick it on this layer here, and then do a cut. Okay, so at the very least, this bit needs to go. Yeah, the airlock. The airlock is an interesting one, and a difficult one at the same time, because if I just turn on the templates again. So I wasn't going to have side-facing airlocks, but the more I thought on it, the more it would make sense to have them. So that means that the airlocks would be either side of the ring in the support structure. So the airlocks would be here and here. So we'd have two on each side of the ship. Now, because I like symmetry, I would of course want the airlocks to be aligned centrally, sort of central to the edge of the ship. So obviously the decks are there and there, but we want the airlock to be in the middle. So the airlock itself is between the decks, which is unpleasant, but a challenge to be worked through. So this is essentially the amount of space we have to work with for the airlock room. So what I would probably do is have stairs leading up to the actual airlock itself. And then maybe have this as a separate room where the suit lockers would be, and all the stuff that you would need in support of the airlock itself. We've got some engineering spaces behind, so we could also have things like equipment, like gas storage and that sort of thing. But this is essentially where the airlocks would be. So maybe in the middle there. I'll explore that more when we actually get to fleshing out this deck. Yeah, there won't be escape pods, but there will be lifeboats. So that gives us our edge there, which means the other thing we have to do now is join the rubber bit behind it, which is a slightly more interesting challenge. Then we have the black bit there, which also needs chopping back. So if that's, let's say 2 to there, that needs to be 3. Okay. So what are we left with? We've got a 5 centimeter wooden edge. We've got the wooden curve that goes into there. So now we need the final rubber backing, which would be this bit. So that needs inverting. So you need to go on this layer. Lost the camera. Made a small error with this is I should have chopped off this bit here. So there you can go. Make that bit a component, I can edit it separately. So let's just copy that out like that. So get rid of those bits, get rid of that bit. Reverse them. good. Bit that needs fixing is this. So if we make that components as well. Easiest way to fix this is probably just to just extrude that face. So that and I'll just bring that out by 0.5. And then we get rid of this bit. Right, so this forms the rubber backing that goes around the wooden bit. I think the one thing that does need changing though is this edge is probably needs to come back to here. So what's that? Was that 1 centimeters? Yeah. So. That should have cleared up any nastiness, which means we should now be able to cut that through smoothly. Hang on, there's a face there we don't want. So it should be everything all lined up and everything all connected together properly with all the right bits in the right place. Aside from the curve, which I just need to cut there. At least we've got all the main bits in. Lost the camera again. So it's lost its colour, so let's pop that back. You may be wondering why go to the effort of having it accurate from every angle. So having a back face on it, which is actually modelled as well. And the reason for that is because this, at some point, needs to be deconstructed and broken. And it's going to be easier to create a damaged version of this if it exists properly as an actual object. And that aside, it's part of the design philosophy for the ship. Is everything is modelled as though it were real. Yeah, I seem to be having some real issues with the mic lately. Let me move it a bit closer, see if that helps. I can also turn up the gain slightly, see whether that helps. How's that? Is that any better? Turn up a bit more. Testing, 1, 2. Yeah, it's going up into the yellow now. Let me turn it down just a tad. Okay, how's that? Is that any better? Okay, let's roll with that and see how we go. Excellent, excellent. Right, where do I want to cut this? What about there? I'll try and keep the mumbling to a minimum. Yes, this is the handrail. Just working out where to cut it, because it needs to be flat. I think what I'll do... I think I will actually. Let's sort out the axes for this mesh, because they're in the wrong place. They should be here. Yeah, that nanite issue was actually a bugged mesh. For some reason, that mesh just completely bugged out. I have no idea why. Yeah, what I generally do with the handrails is just have a small one next to the door. I have tried leaving it off of the door panel, but then it looks even weirder. Like at the edge here, that should be... Where is it? So 3 units in. And then we have a 0.75 rounding on the end. And then just essentially the same thing here. It's a shame that we've got that curve in it, otherwise I could just make it straight. Yeah, it's the little details that I pain over that Claire gets frustrated with. Because she's like, surely that will do now. And I'm like, nope, not yet. Okay, so that should be the same distance from that edge as this one is from that edge. Actually, soften it first. Makes it easier to cut it out afterwards. Okay, we are getting there. Yep, that's true. Handrail and bumper. Yep, autosave says no. So this is a much wider smoothed edge compared to the other door frame, I believe. I think I prefer it that way. What do I use on this one? Yeah, so it's double that one. I much prefer the more rounded edge to the sharper one. Yeah, the lift's definitely going to be working at some point. It's not on the roadmap for the next demo update, but we'll see if we can get around to it. Do I want a rounded edge where it contacts the edge there? I think ultimately yes. Let's just fix this edge. Thank you, Fedeshay. Yeah, definitely. The hang on, I'll show you the structure of it in a sec, because it is being designed with exactly that in mind. So we'll have an actual gap where the car goes, a door internally on the car, and then another door externally outside of the car. So you don't end up falling down the actual lift shaft. Yeah, I'll model the edges of that as well, actually, while we're here. Right, so if we round off the edges on that. Okay, all good. Yeah, that gives you a sort of a nicer interface between the wood and the rubber edge. There are no hard edges in nature, so it just helps add that realism. So with the lift car and the lift entrance, in fact, why don't we grab a copy of the lift car so that we know what we're working with. Zoop. Look, a working lift. So you've got a gap there between the car and the wall. You actually got some weld line there which you need to cut out. That's true, yeah, we say lifts here. Which is funny because Star Trek uses the term turbo lift, which is odd because it's an American show. So why is it not a turbo elevator? So we've got the inner door track of the lift car is here, and that's going to be a curved door that kind of follows the curve of the car when it opens and closes. And then you've got the corridor door track which goes here. So you have double door tracks. It's, you know, unlike a traditional lift, you've got quite a gap between the two doors because it's having to, you know, go all the way through what is almost a half a meter wall cavity. So you've got a few weird bits of metal joining to go through. Yeah, all the lifts in the game go up and down only. They're not turbo lifts, they don't go sideways. Why is there a join here? Can't remember why that join's there now. Okay, right, yeah, that's the outer frame for that. So that's where they connect together. Thank you, PC5. Yeah, it's not going to be working quite yet, but this is definitely a good step towards it. I think I only went with like a ½ centimetre chamfer on that before. But going with the full centimetre gives us scope for just rounding those edges off a little bit more. So that's kind of what you end up with. You end up with the metal from the actual framework itself. Then you've got the internal cassette, the door cassette, essentially, metalwork, which gets welded in place. Then you've got the other side of the framework here. And then again, you've got the framework for the actual lift shaft on this side. So you've got all these different pieces that are joining together. Then you get this kind of weird multi-sectioned entranceway into the lift, which is unique but purposeful. Not sure about making the chamfers quite that big, quite that wide though. I'll export it and we can have a look. Right, so to export this, we need a group there, then we need to group all that up to a separate group. Make sure that they all have the common origin point. Wow, thank you, Firstus. Claire will be very, very happy with that. She has bugged me for a date night quite a lot recently. So yes, I shall definitely take her out for a date night. I don't think she's actually listening right now. I think she's talking to someone. Let's export this. Wow, thank you, Voorhees. Jeez, guys, you're being super generous tonight. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. I had to sort of quickly scoff down a Tesco's ready meal before the stream tonight because I was spending way too long putting a bracket on a ceiling for a TV. So I could do with some decent food. Actually, this has just reminded me of something else I did So on when this project started, I was just building the single ship and just building things with that ship in mind, and I didn't really do anything with a view to having multiple vessels of multiple classes. So I've gone and I've started organizing the data structure better within the game so that things for the Magellan actually say Magellan in the naming convention, which is going to make it much easier when adding future vessels. Because like Ring 0 wall panel, if you've got multiple ships, that's going to get confusing really quickly. Should be all the activity needed on that mesh. Yeah, all of these wall panels all use a single actor now as well, which is nice just for keeping everything organized. So you see how that one just pops into place there and is of that type. And it's actually number 3. Hang on, I've got the numbers wrong here. So that would be number 1 for the aft section. So, oh yeah, I have got it wrong. So you are panel number 2. Yes. So that's B deck aft, ring 1, panel 2 right, which means you are panel 3. Makes you panel 4 and 5 and 6, and then that one would be, where are we facing? Port. So that's port. So that would be BP for B deck port, and then it would be 101 right. Now, so all I need to do to this now is simply change this mesh to the door frame. So ring 1 door frame, ring 1 B deck frame. There we go, and it simply becomes the door frame, just like that. Haven't done the rounding yet, so it looks a bit odd. Yeah, I much prefer the slightly softer edge on this one compared to this one. It's a bit hard on this one. And I like having the curve there as well. I think that's quite good. Hey Salem, today I'm working on wall panels. Just getting B deck back together again because we ripped it apart quite heavily to change the way the framework is structured. So now it's all coming back together. Nice new wall panels. And yeah, this here, it is actually the same height, it's just it doesn't have its rounding applied. Once that's rounded, it'll look a lot nicer. It's just sort of a good example of the difference it makes from something that looks like it's from a game engine, and then something which looks a lot more natural. Yeah, these codes on the panels very much mean something, and at some point in the future, when we actually have proper engineering gameplay, these will be used on things like fault reports. So if there is a component behind this panel that needs to be repaired, then this will be the address aboard the ship, essentially, of where that component is. You'll still have your head-up display that will show you a path to where the thing is, but on the fault report, at least you've got that detail, and it means something. And I think, again, that's part of our design philosophy for this whole thing. Everything means something. Nothing's just there for face value. Let's fix that piece of framework. Yeah, damaging them is going to be an interesting one. I want to do it procedurally, and I'll see how we can go about doing that. Because yes, we can make damaged versions of the meshes and just swap them out when the mesh is damaged, but it's like here, these 4 panels are the same mesh. So if all 4 of them were displaying the same damage model, it would look really repetitive and unrealistic. So we kind of need to procedurally do that somehow. Yeah, we're just overlaying text. So that's the same mesh on all 4 wall panels, but we just got a text component overlaid. So I could literally just type anything on there and it just appears. I might actually have to rotate them so that they're vertical instead of horizontal, because you have situations like this door frame here. There's nowhere to put the panel number, so in this instance it would make sense vertical. Might also make the text a bit smaller as well. Right, let's sort this out. Ah, a wild Claire has appeared. Oh, apparently I've stolen the car key again. Hang on.
Every week.
Hang on. Oh, it is in my pocket.
Of course it is.
Oh, and your credit card for some reason. I don't know why I've got that.
Thank you.
It's like a long-running joke in this household. I've always got the car key in my pocket. Yeah, I definitely want them to be human readable. And also it's nice, if you know what the naming convention actually is, like if you're just walking down the corridor and you just glance down, you immediately know whereabouts on the ship you are. So you know you're on B deck, you know you're in the aft section, you know you're on ring 1. So you just immediately know where you are on the vessel, just by what the wall panel says. May as well do the normals for these while I'm here. Something I've done with the doors is I've centered them within the actual framework mesh. So you can see that the spacing right in the middle is exactly the same. However, at the edge, because it's on a curved surface, it's no longer the same width at the edges. Which makes sense from an alignment perspective, but doesn't make sense from my brain. So just something about it that doesn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, I mean, I'll live with it for now. But that's just... I see these things and I think, Yeah, the interior door is going to be a curved door along that track there. And the exterior door is flat, yes. I mean, one solution to this problem is to make every door on the ship curved. I went with flat doors because flat doors is easier. That's the only reason. The challenge with curved doors is you have to pivot them when you move them. So rather than just sliding along the track, you're rotating around a pivot instead. So as long as their origin point is at the pivot point, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'll see how hard it is for the lift, and if it proves to be a nothing burger, then we can do it for the other doors as well. But yeah, that's one hell of a lift entrance. Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, all of the doors really should be curved following the curve of the wall. Like I said, the only reason they're straight is purely convenience on my part. That's true, Oni, yeah. It makes reusing parts easier. Alright, let's add the rounding in the corner there. Yeah, well, to be honest, that question of how would they do this in real life pretty much drives every decision, within the project. After all, this is supposed to be a real ship. Right. How big did I make this curve? Okay, 20 centimeters. And how many edges did I give it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right, okay. So this is going to get messy because it's bridging an edge there. So I think what's the best way to do this? I might actually just make a cut template instead of trying to just round the edge. If autosave lets me. Right, let's set our axes a second. So if we take that to be our edge, yes, then we need, let's say 50 there, 50 there, same on this side, get rid of that bit. We then extrude that along the red axis on both sides. Right, and then we set that to 20 centimeters, 12 sides. If I put it up the right height. Okay, so that should just chop through there. And the same on this side. Again, put it in the right place. Grab those edges, drag them through. Should be our nice curve. Ooh, didn't quite get this one through far enough. There we go. And then we just need to do the same for the bit behind it. And get rid of that. You're right, Oni Noni. I could have mirrored the entire door, to be honest, and just sliced it down the middle. It would speed things up a little bit. I guess it's just habit, really. This one's going to be a slight pain. Let's give it a whirl. Should be recessed by 1 centimetre. What on earth is going on there? Need to set the axes here again, just so that I can drag things in a straight line. Actually, don't need that bit. That doesn't need to be all the way up there. It's alright, I only need the frontage bit. That's one side done. Yeah, you'll find that there's a lot of different tools used for a lot of different things. Okay, there we go. Mission accomplished. Now the lift will be fully functional. Not yet, but it will be fully functional. And it will work on essentially a first come first serve basis. So every time someone presses the call lift button, it'll add that to a list of required destinations, and it will simply work its way through that list one at a time until it runs out of requested destinations. It's not the most efficient way of a lift working, but it is the easiest. I think we're ready for rounding that now, so let's just go ahead and give that a rounded edge. Hopefully it won't mess up anywhere. Unpleasant geometry there. I might have to come back and fix that. Ooh, yeah, look at this. Okay, so the last thing to do is just the rubber surround. Yeah, this is probably going to require a bit of cleaning up before it's happy with that. I might be able to just do it in sections. No. Or not. Just a similar thing there, just merge any vertices that are way too close together. Still not happy. Doesn't mind that bit. Some of this geometry is kind of sub-millimeter, so it's often nasty. Sure what was going on there. Okay, let's update this one with a nice new rounded edges and fix the collisions. And fix the normals. You can see some horrible creasing there. Face-weighted normals are an absolute must for any hard surface modelling. Yeah, the bolts I'm doing last. I still haven't quite decided whether or not they need to go a little bit lower and maybe move those ones up a little bit higher, because when it comes to like these bits here, if the upper bolts were slightly higher, I'll give a nicer spacing there, and again here, if the lower bolt was slightly lower, I could get a better spacing here with these two, just to keep them more consistent across the ship. Okay, it's starting to look like B-deck again, which is nice. Oh yes, definitely. Yes, sort of, to help sell the fact that this is an experimental vessel. Having exposed bolts and easy access to things is kind of all along the same lines of it being the first of its kind. It's experimental, it's out there to do tests. It's not like fully luxury. I mean, it's a nice, comfortable ship. It's a great environment, but it still has that kind of hint of experimental about it. The Pathfinder class is definitely going to be up a notch in terms of luxury. Curvier, rounder panels, less visible, attachment points and that sort of thing. Yeah, exactly that. I want there to be a visual difference between the Magellan class and the Pathfinder. So when you look at the Magellan, both inside and out, you can see that it's an experimental vessel. It's slightly rough around the edges. It's not quite as refined as the Pathfinder. Yeah, I'd say this is our equivalent of the NX-01. It's a bit nicer looking than the NX-01, but in terms of its place in the lore, this is very much an NX-01 type vessel. Right, so the next panel we need the screen to go there. Yeah, I think our Phoenix equivalent would be probably some form of probe. And I'm still kind of mulling over the technology path when it comes to the big breakthrough with FTL technology. So obviously FTL was definitely an experimental tech, and the Magellan class is the result of those experiments, but there had to be some kind of precursor experiment that was bridging the gap between, I guess, lab experiments to real world tests. And we also have to sort of mix non-FTL vessels in there as well. So similar technology, but not capable of actually breaking the light barrier. Yeah, so I think I wasn't going to go down the route of having an exotic material involved in the FTL coils, but the more we look at the power requirements, the more it makes sense to go exotic. And that also helps to explain the dramatic jump in speed between the Magellan class and the things that came before it. Because it would be nice to have something like the Magellan with a similar tech for using space compression to speed the ship up, but nowhere near FTL speeds. Something that can maybe get to Alpha Centauri in maybe 5 or 6 years. It's still usable as a technology. It's still years ahead of what we could do today, but it's not the kind of speed where you could explore the galaxy easily. But then having some kind of exotic material which, when placed in the same technology, massively increases the capabilities of the coils, I think that explains what made the Magellan class possible and why humans suddenly went from essentially just exploring the solar system and maybe Alpha Centauri to being able to easily explore the whole galaxy. Yeah, it's because Because otherwise, without some kind of magic material, we're having to use an absolutely minute amount of power from the reactor to achieve ridiculous speeds. So the power usage to speed just doesn't add up. So we do need something magic in the middle to kind of make that possible. Yeah, maybe like an extra solar comet that sort of wandered into our system that has this material, or maybe one of the moons around Neptune, something really far out and distant that's taken us a while to discover. Maybe something on Pluto, call it plutonium. Oh wait, that's taken. Yeah, Cochranite, that's good. Yeah, we'll come up with something. But I think that's a good way of bridging the technology gap between sublight Alcubierre drives and FTL Alcubierre drives. Isn't Neptunian already a thing? No, this game will not have clowns. Yeah, we have to be careful with the Trek references. I mean, we're already Trek adjacent, and we don't want to tread on any toes. I'd like to make the odd reference here and there, but keeping it reasonable. Or that element that Bob Lazar talks about in the UFOs that he apparently worked on. I can't remember what it's called. Element 413 or something. I can't remember now. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah, something like that. So what I like about that is it ties it into some real world lore. Yep, Alcubium, I like that. Yeah, I've been thinking about where to put my own name in the game. And it seems rather self-serving to do that, but when I was a teenager, I wanted to make an IT support company. And laughably, I called it DRG Industries. And I think, actually, I might resurrect that within the game. And maybe have the fusion reactor made by, DRG Heavy Industries or something like that. DRG being my initials. Ooh, Claire has made an appearance. Claire, if you look back at the super chats, you'll see that where I have to take you out on a date. Hang on, let me just look back. Who said that? It was Firstus Secondus. Gave us $50 and said, "Date night fund. Show Claire a good time." So it's official. I have to take you out on a date. Probably not Iceland. I mean, maybe the local pub. Unless you want to go to Iceland shopping to buy some groceries, of course. Yes, I absolutely adore Babylon 5. In some ways, and in fact in many ways, I much prefer Babylon 5 over Star Trek. And I know that's kind of heresy in certain circles, but I just prefer the grittier, sort of more realistic take that Babylon 5 has, and I much prefer the alien races as they're depicted in Babylon 5. Yes, this will be for the display panel, and they're a different size on Inoni, so this one here is quite a bit bigger than this one. Reason being is because on the decks below, this particular panel is where the corridor goes. And I'm trying to keep the framework consistent. So on B deck, it is the join between crew quarters, and on C deck and below, it's where the corridors go. Oh, that's good, Binary. I hope you enjoyed it. It's yeah, for me, some of my favorite ever characters from sci-fi are in Babylon 5. Jakar's probably my favorite. Yeah, I wouldn't mind something like the Interstellar News Network in the game. We need an equivalent of that. Yes, Anasi, they'll be similar, just more detailed. Yeah, I keep trying to get Claire to watch Babylon 5, but it's a bit of a struggle. And yeah, I agree. Jakar's story as a character has to be one of the greatest story arcs ever written for a single character. The way his character changes and grows throughout the 5 seasons, it's just incredible. It's such a memorable journey. Yeah, so the screen obviously will go above the handrail. There won't be an access panel though. I've pivoted somewhat on the idea of having access panels at the bottom, in favour of just taking the whole panel off. Now we've got visible bolts on them now, so why not just take off the whole panel? And it exposes all the juicy goodness behind it as well. Oh yeah, the whole collisions thing. Hang on, let me just save this a minute. I shall have a look, because I thought I'd fix that. Yeah, there's no glass in the windows right now, which is why they work. I need to re-import the glass as a separate object and then add all the code for like the scene projections and that sort of thing. That's it, let a bit of fresh air in. Or let a bit of fresh space in. When did I make this orange? Yeah, I think I've fixed it then. There's a lot of orange, isn't it? I could make it worse. Yeah, I really do need to do something with the bed at some point. Yeah, I kind of like doing the secondary flooring as kind of a wood, and then have a darker carpet. It's very nice. Yes, the secondary color on the panels will be these. So I want to add handrail colors and materials, so you can have the handrails different colors per deck, for example. The trim color and material, yeah, as well as on the stairs as well. Because that should be using the secondary color. Ooh, interesting. Oh, hang on, it's catching up. There we go. Yeah, you got all black, you get this. That actually looks really nice with the wall panels. I quite like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, these panels need to be cut back a little bit further. They're aligned to the old edge. Should be good now. That needs adjusting as well. Yeah, I do lots of undocumented little tweaks and fixes between patches. I try and remember them all, but I do so many I kind of forget what I've done sometimes. It will be, yes. Yeah, so this will be the computer core in here, which goes down over 2 decks. I'm still debating whether or not we have a door on B deck, or whether we just have the upper section existing on B deck. In favour of having the door on C deck instead. I mean, C deck is the labs and the science area, so it would make sense to have the computer core accessible easily by the science team. Yes, he does. Space Dad 42 timescales. It's difficult to say. I mean, we're definitely at the end of the development phase, I would say. We're just into the sort of the final polishing bits now, like putting wall panels back and just finishing off the UI stuff on the bridge. So I don't think we're far off. Certainly a few more weeks, but we're not far off. For this particular patch, yeah. So once I've repaneled all of BDEC, which I'm probably doing, I'd say 4 to 5 panels per day at the moment, and there's only 2 left here because most of these are copy pasted. So 2 on those walls, door frames, this nightmare again, ceiling panels. So maybe 3-4 days for the rest of the paneling here. A bit across there. Same down here. A lot of these can be copy pasted because they're the same size. Floor panels. Some more work on the stairs, like they don't have bottoms yet. They don't have their glass. And I need to make a new ceiling light fixture there. I think that's going to be one of the bigger jobs, doing the light fixture, because it'll have to look nice. The panels are modular, but I'm having to create them from scratch. So like this door frame panel, obviously is a completely separate mesh to this panel here. So as much as I've got templates and things where I can churn them out quite quickly, some of them require more detail than others. Like this door panel required a lot more fiddling than just a flat wall would. Yeah, I set the stair mesh to basically have a 90-degree slope angle override in the hopes that the nav mesh should be okay with it, but apparently it's not. So what I'll do is I'll do a custom collision mesh for this, and that will solve that problem. And then Steve and the chicken should be able to get up and down fine then. Yes, thank you, Cloud. I am absolutely terrible at timescales, as Claire will attest. It's probably my weakest aspect is knowing how long something will take. It never takes the time I think it will. I think that's probably quite a common thing amongst indie devs. Like this panel here. This goddamn nightmare of a panel. All day that took to sort that out. It's true, I do. Yeah, Elon time and Dan time are very similar things. Right, how big did I make these panels? See, these ones aren't actually very big. Yeah, if the panel numbers were vertical, and like, oddly, why has this suddenly lost its panel number? That's weird. It did that last time as well. So it's in the right place. Oh, okay. Yeah, they do have one. It's just for some reason they've lost the custom mesh flag. There we go. Yeah, so if you make them, I think it would be that one, and then maybe about there, maybe about there. I mean, you could do something like that, which... I mean, it's not as nice visually. Yeah, I could always do that. The problem with rotating the letters is that this is just a simple text render. I'm not sure if you can even rotate the letters. I don't think you can. Yeah, it's true. They don't all need to be the same, do they? They can have like vertical one there, horizontal one there. So I was thinking about this panel needs one as well. I could make them a bit smaller, so. Something more like that, maybe. Yeah, that's why I have them at the bottom, because so they need to be there for obvious reasons. But when you're walking around the ship, they're not in your eye line. You're not being disturbed by them. Okay, yeah, I'll go with making it a bit smaller, and then they can fit into tighter spaces. Probably still wouldn't fit over here, but I can give it a whirl. Change all of them. Yeah, they can't bend. They're not even projected. They're literally just a flat object, which you can't really tell. But if you get up close, you can kind of see that they're slightly proud of the wall. But yeah, they are just a flat texture. Yeah, talking of lights, there's a couple of things I want to have a look at. One is embedding some lights in the floor plate there. And another one is having lights actually embedded into the floor itself. I mean, it might be nice just to have some lights down here. I used to have little blue LEDs on the panels in here. Don't know whether they still do. No, I took them off. I had little blue dots essentially at the bottom of them. They look quite nice. Yeah, or just in the mid plane, I could do sort of a light there, light there, light there. What I like about having them in the carpets, and the reason I went with having floor cavities underneath so we can run cables and things, is for emergency. So you could have pulsing lights along the floors, and then the pulsing lights actually guide you towards a point of interest, like the lifeboats. So to get to the lifeboats, you simply follow the flashing lights all the way through the ship. Yes, Oninoni, I shall do a build straight after the stream. Yeah, something I'll probably do once we have Lumen enabled. And there's a new lighting feature in Unreal 5.5 called Mega Lights, I think. Someone sent me a link to it earlier. I'll have to have a look at that. But at the moment, Lumen rather is really, really performance hungry, and once we get to that tipping point where Lumen becomes viable, it means that emissive surfaces, so just simple textures, can light the scene, which means I can put backlighting on things like handrails. So handrails can literally be backlit with LEDs, which would look really, really cool. And things like ceilings, we can have hidden lighting that just creates a glow on the ceiling completely for free without any render cost whatsoever. So that's going to be really, really nice once we get to that point. We just need Epic to make Lumen more performant and see whether this new lighting system of theirs is more performant. Chroma, yes, there will be a security desk right here. I need to move it forwards a little bit because it's too far back. But yeah, there will be a security desk here. I might just make it a circle rather than make it like this shape. So like a circular security desk with just a single dude sat here, and he has full visibility of all the access points up onto B deck. And he is the last point of defense before you get onto the stairway up to A deck proper. The security desk will be very much like these wall panels. So I'll build a circular, well, I'll probably build circular framework like this, obviously without all the insulation. So I guess more like this on the floor. And then I'll cut the carpet around the circular desk, and then we'll clad the desk with the same paneling as the rest of the ship. and then it will just need some kind of screen or something on the inside. I'm not quite sure what that screen actually needs to do, but some kind of screen. I suppose at the very least there needs to be some kind of way of logging who's on a deck and who isn't. Chevron Tango, yeah, a lot of the work that I've been doing, I guess, over the past few months with redesigning the ship shape and converting all the corridors into modular pieces so that the floor and the wall and the ceiling panels all line up together, which you can see more better here. So floor, wall, ceiling, they're all part of the same modular piece. And then we build the design language to fit that shape. And that methodology is going to be used across every single ship that gets built. So the construction process is we start with the framework, we work out the measurements and where things are going to go, and then we detail that framework, and then as a last final step we put our design language on top of that framework. And what I want to be able to do in the long run is have multiple versions of these panels. So if, for example, you're not keen on this particular design, you can just immediately swap it out for a completely different panel design altogether. And if I turn off that one, so by having the bare framework like this means that it's literally a blank canvas, and we can design absolutely any interior we could possibly think of, as long as it fits within the confines of this 8-foot by 8-foot space, including total conversions for any particular IP that people might want to experience, etc., etc. But that's the idea, to make it as moddable as it possibly could be. Yes, thank you, Oninoni. Tangents happen regularly on these streams. Actually, I'm going to line this up to the base. But what is a screen if it's not a window with a TV in it? I think this genuinely was the screen template, though. I mean, I'm assuming that purely based on the fact that it was parked in front of a screen. Where was it? Oh, here. So that should technically be the screen. Hang on, let's just... Oh no, we're not on the right plane. I think it is, though. However, because we're dealing with B-Deck, we want a different aesthetic. What I will do, however, is measure the height. Thank you, Firstus. Perhaps I can take her to Iceland now. We're still waiting on a quote. So I sent the builder plans. In fact, if I save this a minute, I don't think you can open 2 files at once. Behold the dev shed. So the builder wanted a rough idea of what we wanted, so I thought I'd go ahead and sketch up it. Try my hand at real architecture. So this is essentially what we're looking at for the dev shed. It's going to be a 2x4 timber structure with some 2x6s for the ceiling joists. There's about a 1 degree slope from the front to the back for a water runoff, and we'll have a sink away at the back. There'll be a small back door to reach the backs. Our garden fence is literally here at the back, so it's like literally just a little back area, just so we can check the soak away and make sure it's not like flooding or anything. The concrete base is pretty much just outside of this size. It's going to have double doors at the front with a window each side. The walls and the back are just going to be simple cladding because our garden fence, well, I'll show you where our fence is, it's like literally there. So, yeah. And our garden fence is the same on both sides, so there's very little to see from the sides. I shall be having my desk at the back there. If I turn off the roof. So interior wise, my desk will take up about this much space. It's about 1.8 meters wide, something like that. I might get a built-in desk put in to make better use of the space. But essentially I'm going to have a little mini wall here. So this is slightly enclosed. Obviously desk goes there, not much room behind. I'll have a little sink and kettle over here. There'll be like a little utilities box here where the electric and water come in. I'll have a sofa there with a coffee table. But for the most part, this area in the middle is going to be the VR development space. I wanted to keep it clear so I had plenty of room to move for working on VR projects. So yeah, so that all the main action will be happening over in this corner, and I will have a camera, at least 3 monitors, and maybe some shelves behind me with some interesting knickknacks on. But yeah, there we go. That is the dev shed. So we're just waiting for a quote now on cost of materials, cost of construction. It needs like a waterproof membrane putting underneath. And UK building laws are such that you can only build a structure up to a maximum height of 2.5 meters if it's within 1 meter of a fence. And as you can see, we are definitely within 1 meter of a fence. So we cannot go any higher than this. It's already like at the limit. And when you take the concrete base into account as well, that might be really, really pushing the limit. So we need to be careful with the height. But it's less than 50% of our land. So that means that we can build it under permitted development without needing planning permission, which is the main thing. The reason it's shaped like this, quite simply, is because our garden fence follows this line. Like that. So that's the shape of our garden. So it's literally like right at the end of the garden, and that's as much space as I can take up. So it's as big as it possibly can be. Oh, thank you, Binary. I've just seen your super chat. Yes, I'll make sure I take Claire out for a nice meal. Yes, Dave. So we're getting builders to actually build it because, I mean, we could just buy a pre-made structure, but the problem with a pre-made structure is it's going to be perfectly rectangular, which means it's only going to be 3.8 meters all the way, and I just need that extra space for the VR dev. And otherwise we'd have this like weird wasted triangle of uselessness in the garden. A triangle of uselessness, and we don't want that. Yeah, this is a representation of Claire. Yeah, it's funny because our neighbour's property is massive compared to ours. Bear with me. Since when did Google Maps get so bad at zooming in? Right, so there's our garden there. So the dev shed is like that. Yeah, it's really weird because like our neighbour has an absolutely huge garden compared to us, and like so much more space at the side, and we've got this tiny little strip between like this house and this house. Like, because the other neighbour's garden is like that. It's very weird. Yeah, so as you can see, we've got a very, very limited space as to where we can put stuff. So the dev shed has to go there in that funny shaped gap. Yeah, so there we go. Dev shed. believe the bottom of the screen is 105 that away. Yeah, it's all public record in the UK. Yeah, so we need the screen to be high enough, but not too high, because obviously a human being still needs to be able to reach all of it without having to stretch. Right, so what actually is that? So that's 1x2, I assume? 1x1.5, okay. I'm just thinking I should make the screen 16:9 really. At the moment it's 1x1.5. I mean, that works because the screen's the middle bit, and it doesn't matter if the railing's slightly below. So the only thing you're interrupting really is the surround. If I was to make it 16:9, then it would remove a bit of the bottom. The other thing is we need to remain consistent with the rest of the design. We also need 5 centimeters worth of wood, so get rid of that. Yeah, we could definitely just chop the railing, but I think we can get away with not doing that. The windows will be similar. They'll start a bit higher up, but same as this, the windows will be above the railing. Now, the graphic, generally speaking, can be scaled. I try not to. I try to keep all the UIs in the game the exact same scale so that we're not having issues where text is a different size on one screen to another. So I try not to scale screens if I can get away with it. Right, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a 0.5 border. Which means we don't want that. And then we'll go for 5 for the wood. That takes us down pretty much exactly to the handrail. Right, so if we raise that up ever so slightly. So onto the handrail is only an extra 0.5, it's like literally half a centimetre. Ah, thank you, Velvet. I was trying to work that out in my head and failed. Yeah, so that would be around about there. I think what I'll do is I will probably go ahead and make them 16 by 9 after the demo update, because to do it now would mean resizing the screens, and that's just another job that I'd have to do. And I'm trying to steer clear of extra jobs. Right, so this is our slicing plane for the white panel. Which again needs its axes setting properly. I can move it up and down quite easily because all of the geometry is on a straight line. I can just grab the bottom and drag it up without having to redo the whole thing. I can't change the width because it's on a curve, but I can easily change the height. Next, we need I've lost my edges, haven't I? So that was the 5. So oh no, they're not lost, they're just hidden. Right, so that's the screen. So it means this one should be our backing, or border rubber, spacing rubber, I don't know what you'd call it, the bit that goes between the wood and the white panel. Fortunately, this one's less complicated than the door. So let's go red forwards. Okay, there's that bit done. So it's either going to look good that it's aligned with the handrail, or weird. We'll find out when it's done. Ah, thanks, Velvet. My go-to is usually to look up a calculator online somewhere. So unlike the door, this isn't going to need to go back anywhere. So the wooden bit can just literally be chopped out. Set the axes again. Okay, last one. Just do the rubber bit. So that's going to need, yeah, this bit here. And then that middle bit will be the screen. So every face on a mesh has a front face and a back face. Generally speaking, the back face is not visible. So if you look at something from behind, you just can't see it at all. So if you have a mesh where the back face is facing forwards, then that becomes invisible within the game engine. So you need to make sure that you've always got your forward-facing faces facing forwards. So I just use reverse faces to make sure that that happens. So it's just occurred to me, of course, that this is a curved surface, isn't it? So you can go away now. Do I just have the rubber bit underneath there, or do I extend the wood? I suppose it's going to look nicer if I extend the wood, isn't it? Right, let's give that a try. I'll make you a component. Potentially, yes. Assuming it had collisions in the first place. So if I can extrude that out, we want the inside edge. Did not do what I wanted it to do. Right, that's better. If we extrude that by vector, why is it going that way? Oh, that's weird. It's completely ignoring the local axis direction. Why? Perhaps if I draw a line and try it that way. Ah. That would be because that framework hasn't been put in properly yet, Don. So of course, typically, I said that this wouldn't be as complicated as the door frame, but of course it is. take a copy of that. Plop it on there. Yeah, always the way. Let me make you bigger. By about that much. Okay. Okay, why aren't you properly on there? That's better. Right, so that's the wooden bit, which goes on there nicely. So now all we need is the rubber frame to go around it. Which means we need... How wide is this? Is this 0.5? No, it's not. Okay, so what I will do then is I will... It's alright, it'll do itself in a sec. So I need to move that 0.5 out. And at the same time, I need to move that 0.5 down without that face. And that should fill that in. gives us a whole face, hopefully. Yeah, right, okay. So if we do that, make sure the faces are right. Okay. Right, there's method in my madness here. Get rid of that. And then this one, take a copy of that same thing I just made. Stick it on the rubber one. Okay, make that a component. Yeah, so I put this rubber backing on all the wall panels, essentially for that very reason. It's to sound, take care of the vibrations and just basically deaden all the sounds on the ship, so you don't get panels rattling everywhere. Right, now we need to cut out this bit here using this bit, but have I made that slightly too big, I wonder? I think I did, didn't I? Because it doesn't need to go, it only needs to be 6 tall. What are we? Oh no, that is right. Okay, so we grab that bit. So get rid of that bit, get rid of that bit, get rid of that bit. Right, that gives us our rubber bit that should now just go along here neatly. Hurrah. So now what we need to do is curve all this off. So if we grab that edge, give that an edge of 2.5. Ooh, that's cutting it really close. There's the autosave. Okay, and then give this one 0.25 like that. Okay. This one takes an edge of 1. It's going to need cleaning up at some point. Probably the same here. Yeah. It's because of the panel curving. Okay, and there's our recessed TV screen. I see shenanigans happening here. Yeah, so the big question really is that okay? No, you know what? It's not okay. I don't like it. I'm going to make it higher. Don't panic though, because this is really easy. Simply take the whole thing, and I think we'll move it up by 1 inch. Slightly more complicated because we have that edge we cut out. Oh yeah, and this one. There we go, that's better. Yeah, I think it really needed just that little bit of separation along the bottom there. Okay, let's go ahead and do the rest of the roundings. I'm going to actually just select these bits specifically so we don't round anything else we don't want, so it doesn't mess up. Okay, and the same with this one. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I think starting to get a set technique for putting things together really kind of helps when you've got a consistent design language and a consistent methodology for producing that design language. Knowing how big certain bits need to be, it all really helps. Like knowing that I need 5 centimeters of wood. Fnar. Really, really helps. Means I don't have to think about it. I already know. Yeah. Right, so again, to remain or to give it a consistent origin point, take that as the master object. We group all of that into a second group, and then it's the second group that we export. And that's ring 1. I always give it a name based on the width from corner to corner, just so that we know. So what's that? That's 314. So it's 314 inner screen. Just screen. So, oh no, ring 1. So ring 1 B deck wall panel, 314 centimeters inner screen. There isn't an outer screen, so it can just be screen. Okay. Yeah, so this particular one is used 4 times on this deck specifically. Actually, I need to make a non-screen version of it here. Yeah, so 4 times on this deck, and then every other deck that uses this design language. Obviously, engineering has its own design language, so it won't use this particular screen. Right, so now that we've done that, just need to import it into here. So go to the relevant folder. Yes, it's one of those things. Try and make sure you do the hard work once. Okay, that should be set up. And then see, I had a separate actor for the wall panels, the video screens. This guy here. So Okay, so BDEC's already got one, so let me drag that over there a minute. Of course, because it sets the right image up and everything. So there's the old one, the old trusty panel. But we don't want that one anymore, we want a different one. Really kind of shows the evolution of the panel, to be honest. Like the lack of detail that was on these panels compared to the new ones is kind of crazy. To tweak that a little bit, make sure it's in the right place. Perfect. Right, so huzzah. Yeah, eventually these wall screens will have all sorts of things on them. You know, everything from an overview of what the ship's current mission is, you know, where you are in the galaxy, what the current alert state is, if any, you know, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, making the panels snap is such a time saver when putting them together. Yeah, this is still accurate. And will remain accurate as well for the most part. Once I've got furniture in these rooms, I will redo this map with all the furniture in place. And it's going to be really, really cool to see like all the beds and things and sofas all actually on the map. Yeah, the label text should sort itself out on begin play. I'm using a plugin called Snap System plugin. And what you do is you give a socket to things you want to snap stuff to. So like this here, you've got a socket set up on the mesh, and it just snaps socket to socket, and it uses the prefix name. So this will only snap anything with the prefix of wall. It's not set up for IDs yet, but yes, that's entirely doable. In fact, I can add it from here. So all we need is the text render component, We need to add it to the master. So pop that on there. Okay, so that's the basic one, and then we need to grab the code for where's the paddle master there. So we need it. Yeah, get rid of that for a minute. So blah 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 blah. That and that and that. Right, that should be enough. Whack that in there. And then we just need to create these variables. That one. And of course, they're all going to have a hissy fit because there's no text render plugged into them. Make sure you are instance editable. And why not even give them a category just for good measure? We will. If we copy the do we want to copy the defaults? I suppose we may as well. Right. So it should now be able to show a label. That's all fitting nicely. Except that is actually the aft one. Should say left. Sorry, I wasn't reading chat. Yes, Nick, thank you. If you get one of the tiers on Ko-fi, then Claire will be in touch and she'll give you your roles and anything else that's needed. so this one should be B deck, aft, ring 1, panel 1, right. And the label's all the way up there. So, right, let's set this default up. Where did it go? Right. Let's pop that back in the middle. Right, and that should be there somewhere. Yeah, right. Stop disappearing. Yeah, the way these all work, I'll show you on the actual label in a sec. I've got the textures here. Yeah, so right, let's open up a deck plan in a minute. Go gadget snipping tool. So in terms of the electrical system and everything, aft is considered to be all of this. So that's the aft quadrant of the ship. And then the supplies run through like this. So that's basically the cable runs. And then you've got your junction boxes, where they're needed. So layout wise, all of this is considered aft. Now your panel would be here, and obviously here. So this is the aft panel because it relates to this quadrant, and this would be the port panel because obviously it relates to this quadrant. And then that's the forward quadrant, and then this one is the starboard quadrant. Yes, and obviously we're putting the panels at junctions so that you can see which way to go if you're lost. But because that straddles, labels will definitely help. But yeah, the thing to remember is that the panel always corresponds to the quadrant that it's immediately to the right of. And it's in line with the flow of the cabling and the HVAC, because the HVAC itself is the same. So you've got the HVAC risers come up here, obviously through the ceiling, and then they go around like that. And you'll have another one that goes around like that, and so on. So the supplies all come out of this area here for each quadrant. So this is kind of like the beginning point of each quadrant on the ship, and then everything feeds from there. Yeah, hopefully it's logical. Yeah, there you are. Right, so rotation needs to be 180. Minus 50, minus 100, minus 110. Okay, should be in approximately the right place, which means that this panel should inherit that. So there we go. So we got ring 1, panel 1, ring 1, panel 2. Yes, and BA for B deck aft. So that goes through to panel 6. Then I guess 7 would start here. 7, 8, 9, blah, 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 and then run around to this side. Yeah, so the way I've done the left and the right, so it assumes a clockwise traversal of the corridor. So walking, yeah, essentially that's exactly that. So the wires run clockwise, all the infrastructure runs clockwise. So when you're going clockwise, right is obviously to your right. In straight sections, it's aligned with walking away from the core. Again, that's the direction of flow from wires and things. So when we're walking away from the core, it's left and right. Okay, let's just get the rest of these in place. Yep. So it's 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, the snapping is very, very handy. Yeah, so on the aft section or the aft quadrant, these panels are all the same size. So they're all 266 centimeters, if I recall. Obviously, the middle one has a door cut through it, but they are the same panel. That will remain consistent throughout the whole ship. So all the way down through the decks, those same panels will fit any of these wall spaces. When it comes to these sections, it depends on whether or not we're dividing it into 5 or 6 panels. So is it an odd or even number, essentially? B deck's a bit different because you've got doors splitting the panel, which is kind of unavoidable for B deck. For the other decks, the doors align with the panel opposite them, and it's whether or not you have 2 doors or a single door. If it's a single door, we'll have 5 panels, in which case these ones will fit. If it's 2 doors, then we'll have 6 panels, in which case smaller ones are needed. I believe... Yes, I think they are the same size, actually. I think. They might not be, but let's find out. No, it is the right size. It's just that the framework needs redoing to fit the door cassette. But yeah, it fits the door cassette, not the framework. But the framework is wrong, so that's fine. Because it's this bit that it needs to fit. So that bit's fine. So when I fix the framework, it will line up. So that can stay there. Right, so you are B deck port, which means we need to also change this. So that's port and port. So that's forward. 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 Being the same size, it's just consistency. So I tend to, all the operational doors, like doors in engineering, doors to the lift, and any like workspace, like with the labs and things, I'm going with a 1.5 meter wide doorway. For things like crew quarters, I'm going with a 1.2, I think, meter wide doorway. Something like that. Oh, I see what you mean. Right, no, you're right, Oni, sorry, yes. Yes, this will need a new panel because, yeah, it doesn't reach this side. Because this one has a different number of panels compared to the rear of the ship. Yes, so you're right. That is too small. Yeah, exactly. Did we do this one? Forward, forward, forward. Yeah. Okay. So that's starboard, B deck starboard, and starboard. Good, good, good. Now they're different widths all over the place. So like these ones here are a different width to these ones here. You can actually see that in SketchUp. So like these ones here only fit that space, although these do as well. It's just because these ones have got the curvy bit, but these ones are the same size. Now similarly, all those ones are the same size, but only every other one will have a wall screen. So this one needs this sized panel without the wall screen. And then the rest of them are all this size. So that's 1, 2, so that's 3 different sizes, but obviously variations on the theme. Yeah, so it's all about fitting things in. So one of the most important things moving forward was to make sure that the layout was split into isolated segments so that we can do things like fire spread, air pressure spread and change throughout the ship. You can probably see it a little bit easier on C deck. So if I turn them off a minute and turn on C deck. So here on C deck, you can see here that we've got 6 segments and all 6 of these are the same size. Incidentally, these ones here are the same width as the ones on B deck where the screens are. So where the screens go is the same width on every deck. And that is scaled specifically so that we have a 50 centimeter gap here. So, yes, thank you, Claire. I very much need tea. They've all been mapped out very, very carefully to provide that 50 centimeter leeway at the end of the corridor, which is why that's what drives how wide that is. But again, so here you've got 6 panels, and the reason there's 6 is because we need a door in the middle. Whereas on this side, you can see that we only have 5 panels, because this one's going to have one large room with a door in the middle. So door there, 2 windows each side. Whereas this one's going to be 2 doors, so we have a different number of segments. So that's kind of what drives the width. But the ones that are used in the aft section, again, because there's 5 segments, will actually fit on this side. So those ones that I've just made tonight for B deck will fit down here on C deck as well, because it's a 5 segment split. And the actual corner pieces and the 4 corners are consistent across the whole ship. So whether or not it's 5 segments or 6 segments, those same 2 wall panels will fit anywhere around the first corridor ring. And the same will be true for the rest of the ship. When it comes to these straight segments, these are all identical ship-wide. So this panel is the same as this panel, which is the same as this one, and these ones. So if it's a straight bit, it's been measured out specifically to all be the same. Yeah, because they're curved, we can't really stretch them or anything. But I've done it in such a way where we have the very least amount of unique panels. Where that falls on its face, however, is on this curve. I've mentioned it on previous streams, but this is a tightening curve, so each one of these segments is unique, although it is mirrored here. So even though all these are unique, they can be copied on this side because we have a mirror, and that mirror is in all 4 sections. So although we have to make unique panels here, they're used here, 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 and here. So again, there's a lot of copy paste all the way around. So it looks like a lot of work. Once you start churning out panels, you find that they go all over the ship. That's kind of why I did this, to make, future-proofing it easier. Yeah, and when it comes to actually using those 3D printed parts, one part will fit any slot. So you'll just have a generic crate, which is a wall panel crate. And when you use the wall panel crate on the wall panel hole, it will automatically magically be the correct one for that particular slot. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, exactly. It's a wall panel kit. Right then, so with that having been done, I did all of those. I will just make sure that things are correct. Oh yeah. So the "you are here" position, I can't remember which one corresponds to which. Hang on. Because that needs setting as well. It's all done in the parent. Oh, it's making me jump through hoops. That's not the right one. There we go. Well, that doesn't help me either, does it? And this is why using an integer is a bad idea, because you can't remember which one corresponds with which one. I'd like to think that I did it logically. Ooh, I know I can copy fdeck, can't I? Right, so did I do it logically? So I guess I started with forward. Right, so forward is 0. And starboard should be 1. Yeah, okay. Right, so forward 0. Starboard 1. Aft 2. And port is 3. I should make that an enum really, just to make life easier. To avoid any further confusion. Let me just double check that I added collisions to this. Yes, I did. Do you have collisions? Yes, you do. Do you have collisions? Yes, no, you don't. Bad mesh, bad. Okay, good. Right, so let's give this a whirl. Make sure the labels are there. Yeah. Right, assuming this all goes swimmingly, I shall call it a night. Oh, bloody hell, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. No wonder I can't talk anymore. Thank you, Firstus. We appreciate it, truly. Okay. Labels are there. Good, good, good. Labels are there. Am I here? Yes, I am. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Oh, hang on. Yep. Forward, yep. And port, yes. Great. Yeah, that's not a bad position there, actually. That's I mean, height-wise, I don't know, it could potentially even go a bit higher. Yeah, we need like English US localization. Did I do the normals on this mesh? I can't remember now. So I think tomorrow, or probably later, I'll do these panels and this one. So that's 2 more panels. We'll then complete this ring, and then I just got to do this heinous, horrible panel here. Ugh. Did I mention how annoying that was? It was very annoying. And a door frame there. And that should then be, other than the ceiling panels, that should be the B-deck corridor done. And then just got these fiddly bits around here to do. Progress is being made. Yes, they are planters. So we'll have some foliage here. The stateroom entrances should look really, really nice once they're done. And I'll have some lights and things at the front as well. Well, hopefully by Wednesday's stream, I should have the bulk of this done. Yeah, I should do. I mean, that's probably going to take me the best part of a day to get that done and polished. Simply because of how annoying it is. The rest of it, though, should be really straightforward. And then I need to get these stairs finished and lit properly, because they're still quite dark. So I'm probably going to put some kind of a lighting panel underneath them. I think I know the bit you mean. Do you mean over here? Or do you mean this bit? I might have fixed it already. Though that needs fixing. Okay, 2 secs. Just fix this bit of floor. There we go. Yeah, I've been fixing a bunch of stuff, so it's probably a few things that I've just fixed. I still need to put that wall back the way it should be, but yeah. Yeah, as I go deck by deck, as I go through the ship, I'll be fixing all of the weirdness. Right, okay, but I shall now put that out as a build. Again, it takes about 40 minutes to an hour for everything to package and upload, so keep an eye on Steam, and then once it's all done I shall pop a note on Discord. Well, what an epic stream this has turned out to be. Just coming up to 4 hours and 40 minutes. One of our longer ones. Thanks again, everyone, and a huge thank you to all the super chats that we've had tonight. That's been mental. You are crazy people, but thank you. And yeah, have a good one. Be safe, and I shall see you all on Wednesday's stream. Bye for now.